I invite the chair to please take over the reins. So, before we proceed with this presentation of paper, I would like to felicitate Professor Anakshi Mitra ma'am by offering her a memento. I would request Dr. Rahul, sir, Moria to please felicitate ma'am by giving her a memento. So, Professor Nilanjan Das will speak on epistemology depragmatized, Bhava Sarvagya on PVA, Pramanavaratik. What does A stand for? Alankar, okay. And some reflection on some readings of Richard Rorty, Pyrrhonism and Nagarjuna will be the topic of presentation by Professor Rakesh Chandra. And uh, tracking the strands of pragmatism in Buddhism, semantics and logic will be the topic of Professor Enakshi Mitra's presentation. So all speakers and the chair have taken their seats. Now I would hand over this session to Professor Gokhale sir. He'll be conducting the further proceedings.
When it's like 5 minutes and then. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. So it's yes. Okay, great. So the topic is epistemology depragmatized, Bhasarvagya on inference as a source of knowledge. I'll introduce the topic for the paper in a second. But before that, let's get our conceptual house in order. So here's how I'm going to use words. So I'm going to say that an awareness event, jnana, is an experience or a thought. So my visual experience of there being a bottle in front of me is an awareness event. So is my inferential judgment that it's sunny in Calcutta. So is my doubt about whether or not I will finish this talk on time. So all of these things are awareness events. Now, some awareness events are such that in undergoing them, we come to know or learn something. So if my visual experience, as of there being a bottle in front of me, is veridical, then I will learn that there's a bottle in front of me. And if my inferential judgment that it's sunny in Calcutta is based on reliable evidence, I will learn that it's sunny in Calcutta. All of these are knowledge events, prama. Now, this brings us to the key concept we are going to talk about, the word pramana. So the word pramana can mean two things, either an instrument or method by which a knowledge event arises or the knowledge event itself. And Buddhist epistemologists collapse this distinction. Brahmanical thinkers, especially thinkers working within the Nyaya and Mimamsa traditions, preserve the distinction. But just to capture the ambiguity within this term, I'm going to translate it as source of knowledge. Okay, so the talk will be about a debate in Sanskrit epistemology between pragmatists and atheists. So I'm going to ask you to forget all associations that you have with the word pragmatism for the purposes of this talk. We can revisit them in the Q&A. I'm going to fix the term in a particular way in the next few moments. Okay, so what do I mean by atheism? So the crucial part of this is that An aletheistic conception of knowledge events will have an accuracy condition within it. So an awareness event on this view is a knowledge event just in case it satisfies two conditions: an accuracy conditions, it is accurate, it accurately represents the world, and there's a non-mnemic condition, it is a non-recollective awareness event. By contrast, a pragmatist conception of knowledge events does away with the accuracy condition. It says that instead of an accuracy condition, we should have a practical efficacy condition. An awareness event is a knowledge event if and only if it satisfies two conditions. The first is the practical efficacy condition. It stably gives rise to successful actions. And the second is the novelty condition. It apprehends something that has not been apprehended earlier. Now, Brahmanical thinkers working within the Nyaya and Mimamsa traditions adopt the aletheistic view. It's very, very clear. By contrast, Buddhist thinkers working within the epistemological tradition of Dharmakirti adopt the pragmatist conception of knowledge events. There are obviously exceptions. We'll have to think about those more clearly. If you have questions, ask me later. Now, famously, in the second chapter of this magnum opus, not magnus opus, roughly translatable as the detailed commentary of epistemology, Pramana Bhartika, Dharmakirti offered a pragmatist conception of knowledge events. So this is the crucial verse, and we'll keep coming back to this. A source of knowledge is an awareness event that lacks mismatch, the first bit. The lack of mismatch is the stability of practical efficacy. Now, Dharmakirti in a few verses goes on to say, moreover, va is being interpreted as cha by his commentators. It presents an object that wasn't previously apprehended. Right? A surprising consequence of this view is supposed to be that knowledge events may not be accurate. So it severs the connection between an awareness event's status of being a knowledge event and its being accurate. Even an error, if it is stably practically effective, can be a knowledge event. So people who think there's a strong factivity condition on knowledge would be sort of would be flabbergasted by this consequence, but we'll see why Dharmakirti thinks this. It matters because for Dharmakirtis and his followers, they face a challenge. The challenge is to reconcile their revisionary ontology with our ordinary practices of ascribing knowledge. So for Dharmakirti and his followers, ordinary objects and general properties don't ultimately exist. What exists are really the spatio-temporally unextended particulars. And yet, our conceptual awareness events, in particular, the inferential judgments we make, are concerned precisely with these ordinary objects and with these general properties. So the question is, given that inferential judgments fail to reflect the way the world really is, how can they yield knowledge? And Dharmakirti's solution to this is that inferential judgments, even though they are ultimately erroneous, are knowledge events or sources of knowledge because they're stably, practically effective. The question, does the pragmatist conception of knowledge events succeed? So provided I have enough time, I'm going to go on to the second question, which is, can the aletheist justify our practices of ascribing knowledge events to ourselves without invoking practical considerations? So these are the two questions I'm going to ask. And the way to investigate this question is to look at a particular thinker, the 10th century Nyaya thinker, Bhasarvakya, who engages extensively with Dharmakirti and his commentator Pragyakaragupta in Nyaya Bhushana, translatable as the ornament of reasoning. So Bhasarvagya argues successfully, I think, that Dharmakirti's pragmatist conception of knowledge events fails to accommodate our ordinary practices of ascribing knowledge events. So this fails one of the desideratum that Dharmakirti had for his theory. But even aletheists like Bhasarvagya invoke practical considerations while justifying our practices of ascribing knowledge events to ourselves. So that's the tension I'm interested in. Okay, so three parts. First, I'm going to introduce Dharmakirti's pragmatism. Then I'm going to talk about two arguments that Bhasarvagya gives against Dharmakirti. And then, if time permits, I'm going to either conclude, like depending on the time, or I'm going to talk about like the tension within Bhasarvagya's view. Okay, Dharmakirti's pragmatism. So take the stock example of an inference from science. I see smoke emerging from a hill at a distance. In the past, I have seen smoke go hand in hand with fire. On that basis, I had learned that wherever there is smoke, there is fire. Now I remember this. So I conclude now, forgetting about whatever other steps there might be in between. So I conclude that there is fire on the hill. Now the inference has three components. There is smoke, the reason, or the inferential mark that serves as evidence for fire. There is fire, the target, the thing that is proved on the basis of that evidence. And then there is the hill, the site, or the locus where the target is established. Now, two conditions have to be satisfied. I must know that the reason, the smoke, is present on the hill. And the other is that I have to know that there is a relation of invariable concomitance between the reason and the target. Wherever there is smoke, there is fire. This is all basic stuff. Now, Bhasarvagya, when he introduces the definition of inferential knowledge events, he says, well, what then is this inferential knowledge event? It is an indirect first-hand awareness event, anubhava, that arises in virtue of a correct relation of invariable concomitance. And then he goes on to say why each of these words are there. Especially, the interesting thing for us is the explanation of the word correct. And he says that, in fact, the word correct is there to rule out this Buddhist view that, in fact, what the inferential knowledge event is, in fact, erroneous. So he says, alternatively, the Buddhists have said that the awareness of what is to be inferred is in fact erroneous. That has been said by Dharmakirti. Error too can be a source of knowledge due to its connection to an object. To reject that, the term correct has been included. Now, Dharmakirti, the disagreement is this. Dharmakirti is committed to three theses. The first is the no mismatch condition. That, well, if a novel awareness event is a knowledge event, then it has to lack mismatch. The second claim is that, in fact, this lack of mismatch should be cashed out in terms of practical success. So an awareness event lacks mismatch just in case it is stably practically effective. And the final claim is that an awareness is stably practically effective, can be stably practically effective, even if it is erroneous. So Bhasarvagya accepts the first condition, but he rejects the second two. So Bhasarvagya says, look, the very notion of a lack of mismatch entails a lack of error. You cannot have a mismatch lacking awareness event that is erroneous. That's the first step. So he says an awareness is subject to a mismatch just in case it deviates from its object. An erroneous awareness event deviates from its object. But if the second two principles are true, then even an erroneous awareness event can be free from mismatch. And therefore, those two principles together cannot be true. Dharmakirti says the second premise of this argument, that an erroneous awareness event deviates from the object on a certain interpretation of deviation, is just not true. So here's the story. So Dharmakirti thinks that the intentional objects of inferential judgments are generalities, which either could be ordinary spatiotemporally extended objects, or general properties. Such intentional objects are conceptually constructed and are for him, not for all Buddhists, nothing over and above the appearance or the representation involved in the inferential judgment, the akara. Yet, the inferential judgment presents that appearance or representation as if it were an object that exists independently of itself. So it is error. That is where the error lies. Now, in the case of good inferences, which are not subject to any defects, like the inference of impermanence of sound from its being an effect, there is an invariable relation between the content, the presented content of the inferential judgment, and how the world really is. The judgment does not disclose how the world really is, but there is a relation of invariable concomitance between the two. True, this is because of the way conceptual construction works on this picture. Certain distinctions are filtered out while others are preserved. So our inferential judgments are able to indirectly track certain genuine distinctions amongst the particulars that ultimately exist. And that is why in such inferential judgments can robustly lead to successful actions. By contrast, in judgments formed on the basis of defective inferential marks, no such tracking relation exists. So such inferential judgments, even if they are sometimes successful, they cannot robustly lead to practical success. The example Professor Gokhale has already talked to us about yesterday. So the example is of the jewel and the lamp. So I'll just give you the example. Like, forget about the text, just the example. The example is the first case, it's a pair of cases, right? So the first case is where there's a light of the jewel. So there's a jewel in the next room. I can't see the jewel, but I do see the light of a jewel coming through the keyhole in the door. Mistaking the light of the jewel to be the jewel, I think that's the jewel. The second case is one where there is, in fact, no jewel in the room, right? But I still see the light of a lamp through the keyhole. Mistaking the light of the lamp to be the jewel, I think that is a jewel. The thought is that, well, in both cases, my judgment is inaccurate. Because if that refers to the light, then my awareness is inaccurate. But if I were to try to obtain the jewel, in the first case, I would be successful because my awareness is based on my perception of the light of a jewel and therefore is connected to the jewel. In the second case, I would be unsuccessful because my awareness is based on my perception of the light of the lamp, which is not in any way connected to the jewel. So in the same way, my inferential judgments, even though they might be inaccurate, non-defective inferential judgments are invariably connected to the way things really are, so they can stably give rise to successful actions, and therefore can count as sources of knowledge. So Dharmakirti doesn't deny that the lack of mismatch consists in a lack of deviation from the world, way the world really is. What he denies, however, is that this lack of deviation necessarily requires accurate representation of how the world is. Okay. Now, two arguments for Dharmakirti, against Dharmakirti. So the arguments are deceptively simple, but I think they have some force. So Vasarvaki obviously does not buy the story about inference that Dharmakirti offers. He thinks, well, inferential judgments in fact are accurate. So there's no, but that's not where the real interesting disagreement lies. In fact, he gives two other deceptively simple arguments. The first is the argument from defeat, and the second is the argument from practical inertness. So I'm going to go through these arguments very quickly. The ideas are simple, so I'll first just tell you what the arguments are. So the first argument, the argument from defeat says, well, even if erroneous awareness events sometimes yield successful actions, they cannot be treated as knowledge events because we have independent reasons for not treating them to be knowledge events. One of them is that they are defeated by counter evidence. They're rebutted by other awareness events that we undergo. And the second argument is that, well, we don't always treat awareness events to be knowledge events by running practical tests. Sometimes there are awareness events that are practically inert, that don't give rise to any action whatsoever. And even in such cases, we treat them as knowledge events. So let's look at the arguments. So Bhasarvagya grants that erroneous awareness events can sometimes be practically efficacious. Actually, I don't think he even thinks that. He just grants that. But he says that, well, given that they're rebutted by other awareness events, they cannot be treated as knowledge events. So consider my judgment in the light of the jewel. Bhasarvagya says, well, you have set up a story here, right? Now, there are two questions we could be asking about the awareness event that we are talking about. The case where you mistake the light of the jewel to be the jewel, and you think that's the jewel. Either it is refuted by another awareness, which either the protagonist of the story undergoes or someone else undergoes, to the effect that the original awareness, as of there being a jewel, arose with respect to the light of the jewel, but not with respect to the jewel. So basically thought is that, well, either there is a rebutting awareness of this form for that awareness, or it is not rebutted in this way. These are the only two options. But if it is rebutted in this way, then it cannot be treated as a source of knowledge, even if it accidentally leads to successful actions sometimes. So the example doesn't show us that even inaccurate awareness events can be sources of knowledge. This is important because what Bhasarvagya really is appealing to is our practices of ascribing knowledge. He's saying when there is a rebutting defeater for an awareness event, we simply never treat it as a knowledge event. But suppose it is not rebutted in this way, then it cannot be shown that it is inaccurate in virtue of being directed at the light of a jewel. So there you have to accept a rebutting defeat. Okay, so seems a bit weird. So here's one way of sort of explaining what's so weird about that argument. So one thing that seems to me just right is that Bhasarvagya cannot legitimately assume that an awareness event that is rebutted, that is shown to be inaccurate, in this way cannot be treated as a source of knowledge, because that's precisely what is at contention. So Dharmakirti would say that this is just question begging against it. But Bhasarvagya has a nice way of responding to that challenge. So he says, by Dharmakirti's own lights, there are inaccurate awareness events that are not sources of knowledge. Like perceptual errors, according to Dharmakirti, are not sources of knowledge, nor are doubts sources of knowledge. So why can't these awareness events, despite being inaccurate, be sources of knowledge? The answer, he thinks, Dharmakirti can give is that, well, these deviate from another sense of deviate, because they deviate or misrepresent their objects with respect to their place, time, or form. This is the kind of answer that Dharmottara gives. So if the agent were to act towards the relevant object as represented by any such awareness event, their action could not genuinely be successful, since such an object does not really exist. The object which is misrepresented in that way does not exist. Therefore, perceptual error and doubts cannot genuinely give rise to successful actions. Right? Now, the response is that if you tell that story, the same account can be applied to the light of the jewel. Because when I think that's a jewel, that represents the jewel to be at a place where it is not. So if I were to act with the desire to obtain the jewel that is represented my awareness, I won't be successful, since there is no jewel at that place. The point generalizes to all erroneous awareness events. Erroneous awareness events, since they misrepresent the object, either with respect to time, place, or their form, or their nature, they cannot give rise to successful actions by the same account. And in fact, this is crucial because Dharmakirti is one of his commentators, Pramodara, in fact says that you cannot obtain the jewel that is misrepresented in that way in the Nyaya Bindu. Okay, so two options: either erroneous awareness events aren't knowledge events since they are rebutted, or errors cannot be stably practical effective at all. So the compatibility principle that even erroneous awareness events can sometimes be stably practically effective, that's just false. Okay. The argument from practical inertness. This is a simpler argument. The argument is that, well, there are two ways of reading Dharmakirti, right? When he says, pramanam avisangvadi jnanam. One way of reading him is that he's just telling us what pramana is. The other is that he's giving us a story about how we ascribe pramanas, a story about pramana ascriptions. So one thought is that his pragmatic conception of knowledge is supposed to lay down the application condition for the term source of knowledge. But the interesting thing is this, well, for dharma, so the account ends up being something like this. So we don't treat our novel or non-recollective awareness events as sources of knowledge because they're accurate. We treat them as sources of knowledge by running practical tests, by undertaking actions on the basis of them, and checking whether those actions are successful. Bhasarvagya says that this is in fact false, because even practically inert awareness events can be treated as knowledge events. So what are these practically inert awareness events? So the first kind of case that Bhasarvagya mentions are these cases of unattainable objects, objects that cannot be attained, stars, for instance. So even if you have the desire to attain, you would not try to attain because you know that they're unattainable. And the second is the case where we simply lack the desire to attain the object. It's like cases where, like objects that are to be ignored, upekshaniya, as Bhasarvagya puts it. So in both these sorts of cases, the point is that we can still treat such awareness events about such objects as knowledge events without running any practical tests. So Dharmakirti's account, if it is interpreted as a story about how we come to ascribe knowledge events, just fits. Now, a possible response for Dharmakirti is that, well, that does not really sink his account. So the Dharmakirti, on behalf of Dharmakirti, Pragyakaragupta says that prudent agents investigate whether an awareness event is a knowledge event or a source of knowledge. It's because they want to accomplish some practical aim. But in the cases of unattainable objects or objects to be ignored, that cannot help us achieve any practical aim. So rational agents, would not investigate the status of those awareness events. This suggests that there is a connection between practical efficacy and the ascription of knowledge events. But Bhasarvagya says something obviously right. So he says, well, even if we don't investigate the epistemic status of such awareness events, we can still, these awareness events may still be knowledge events, whether or not anyone ascribes the relevant status to them. Because the production of knowledge events does not depend on our practical interests. They just depend on the causal ancestry of the awareness. And the second claim is that, well, even though it might be pointless to investigate the epistemic credentials of these sorts of awareness events in practical context, in theoretical context, in the philosophy classroom, we nevertheless may be interested in investigating the epistemic status of these awareness events, especially when we are investigating which of our awareness events are knowledge events and which are not. Okay, so this means that if you grant the first principle, the no mismatch condition, that a knowledge event must not be subject to a mismatch, then the mismatch success principle is false. Basically, even though an awareness event may be a knowledge event and therefore may lack mismatch, the relevant mismatch need not be fleshed out in terms of stable practical evidence. So those are the two arguments against Dharmakirti. And now to aletheism. May I ask how much time I have left? Okay. 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 I will try to see if I can get to the main point quickly. Okay, so Bhasarvagya's aletheism has certain advantages. So Bhasarvagya thinks that, well, knowledge events are just awareness events that are non-recollective and accurate. So when we are trying to figure out whether or not a non-recollective awareness event is a knowledge event, all we have to do is figure out whether or not it is accurate. And we do it by ruling out two kinds of possibilities: that it is erroneous and that it is a doubt, right? And we can do this without running any practical test whatsoever. So we can figure out that something is not a doubt just by introspecting, because the difference between doubt and not doubt appears in introspection, according to Bhasarvagya. And to determine whether it is non-erroneous, we don't have to check, we don't have to run any practical test. We can just check if there are rebutting defeaters for it. In some cases, that will be sufficient to determine that it is non-erroneous. In other cases, we can just check the causal ancestry. These are the two ways, according to Bhasarvagya, or two other ways in which we can determine whether or not something is an event, knowledge event. So the virtue is that, well, it can explain why only accurate awareness events, not errors or doubts, can be practically efficacious in a robust way. So on Bhasarvagya's view, well, it is basically the accurate representation that explains the success of the actions that follow on the basis of knowledge events. This fits with his other arguments. And he says that, well, we can determine the epistemic status of our awareness events without running any practical tests. So it can explain why we justifiably treat even awareness events about unattainable objects or objects to be avoided as knowledge events. Sorry, ignored as knowledge events. Okay, despite these advantages of aletheism, Bhasarvagya, as well as other Nyaya thinkers, fall back on practical considerations when it comes to responding to a skeptical challenge. So first, I'm just going to tell you what the skeptical challenge is for the pragmatist, then I'm going to tell you what it is for the aletheist. And essentially, it will turn out that they respond in the same way. So suppose Dharmakirti is right about our practices of ascribing knowledge events to ourselves. So imagine I've undergone an awareness event, A1, and I justifiably treat A1 as a knowledge event. So if Dharmakirti is right, then I must have undergone another awareness event, A2, that represents A1 to be practically efficacious. That, sorry? Okay, great. Now, the regress worry arises. So this A2 is the awareness of practical efficacy, right? Either A2 is not determined by me to be a source of knowledge, or it is determined by me to be a source of knowledge. These are the two options. If it is not determined by me to be a source of knowledge, then I won't be able to distinguish the apparent practical efficacy of the initial event from the kind of illusory practical efficacy that one encounters in dreams and so on. But if I do determine the awareness of practical efficacy to be a source of knowledge, then there must be a third awareness, A3, which represents A2 to be practically effective. And we can run the same argument again and again, so there will be a regress. Okay, so typically, Buddhist epistemologies, beginning with the earlier commentators of Dharmakirti like Devendra Buddhi and Shakya Buddhi, they would claim that in fact, we don't determine the awareness of practical efficacy to be a source of knowledge. It's just no need to do it. So essentially the thought is that, well, in practical contexts, we really have no practical reason to examine the epistemic credentials of the initial awareness of practical evidence. efficacy. So I don't have to determine that the relevant awareness is a source of knowledge. It's just avicharita, unexamined. But this fails, you might think, it fails to address the skeptical worry, because the skeptic demands a practical, not a practical reason, but an epistemic reason to treat that as a source of knowledge. So they would say that if I don't determine my awareness of practical efficacy to be a source of knowledge, I won't be able to rule out the possibility that I'm in a skeptical scenario. Now, I'm going to skip Pragyakara's sort of more subtle way of refining this response. But just notice that the Buddhists, like the Devendra Buddhi and Shakya Buddhi, are falling back on practical considerations here. So let's go to the problem for Bhasarvagya. So Bhasarvagya says, well, Bhasarvagya also faces a similar problem. So Bhasarvagya thinks that we can know that our awareness events are non-erroneous on the basis of different symptoms, either absence of defeaters, the absence of defects in the causal ancestry of the awareness events, and the success of our actions. These are the different symptoms. But do we know that our awareness events regarding these symptoms are themselves non-erroneous? If we don't, how do we rule out the skeptical possibility that we are merely undergoing an erroneous awareness event regarding these symptoms? That would be the skeptical scenario. And if we do, there must be another knowledge event that shows that our awareness events about these symptoms are themselves non-erroneous. So there will be a regress. Same argument. Now, Bhasarvagya's solution to this is remarkably similar to that of Dharmakirti's commentators. So he says, well, in fact, this skeptical regress should not be taken seriously because that conflicts with our ordinary practices. It is practically unreasonable for us to suspend our activities indefinitely and keep checking whether our awareness events of practical success are themselves accurate. In fact, we do and we should stop reflecting on the epistemic credentials of our awareness events after 2 or 3 iterations and simply become sure about the content of those awareness events. So there's a very beautiful passage where he says, well, moreover, this regress, which has been raised, like responding to Jaya Rashi, has been raised as an objection, beginning with the statement, how is the non-erroneousness of the awareness of that practical success apprehended also doesn't stand to reason, since it is refuted by ordinary practices based on certainty. For people are observed to be engaging in such practices insofar as their desire for further evidence has been removed by a second or a third apprehension of distinguishing characteristics. Okay, done. So this makes Bhasarvagya's own solution to the regress very dangerously similar to that of Dharmakirti's commentators. For the skeptic, unless we have sufficient reason to treat our awareness events as non-erroneous, we cannot justifiably be sure in their contents, and therefore cannot rely on those contents for the purposes of practical deliberation. Bhasarvagya's reply seems to be that even though we don't have that kind of epistemic reason, it is practically reasonable for us to do so. It might even be practically required of us to do so, given that ordinary activities would otherwise become impossible. So Bhasarvagya, even though he might be right in criticizing Dharmakirti's pragmatist account of knowledge events, he unfairly sort of de-emphasizes or downplays the pragmatic underpinnings of his own account, own epistemology. In this respect, in fact, in some respects, his position isn't substantially different from that of Dharmakirti's followers. I'll conclude there.
Thank you very much. The paper is open for discussion.
Nothing much, but a very kind of a, I would say, great clarification on some of the terminological confusions, the knowledge conditions, the awareness conditions, and all that. But the question that I was pursuing yesterday with Sunam, the idea of phenomenal awareness, which has this lack of a cognitive content, but at the same time, a certain kind of an intentional certitude in my phenomenal awareness that, let's say, you are looking at me. Though I don't have a veridical confirmation of you and Professor Gokhale looking at me, but phenomenally, I'm aware that you are looking at me. Now, eleatic way of understanding that kind of an awareness, my own phenomenal awareness, or phenomenal awareness of someone else in an eleatic way, would require some kind of a reference in the external world, which is non-erroneous. I go with you up to that. It should be non-erroneous, non-diffusible. But much of our phenomenal awareness is metaphoric. It's not, exactly the poetic awareness. For example, Jain poetry, if I read Jain poetry. So how would you fit this into your kind of framework? The possibility of metaphorizing, phenomenalizing our awareness in qualitative terms? Yeah.
So it depends. Like it's not like these are words which don't have like easy correlates in the Sanskrit vocabulary. So sometimes people say, well, look, Sanskrit epistemologists talk about pratibhasa, abhasa, avabhasa, all these things. These might be the things that are kind of sort of glomming onto what we treat as phenomenal character of an experience or awareness. So these are, I would be slightly careful about that. I don't know whether that's true or not, but maybe it seems correct in some context to say that. Now, the second question is the question of non-erroneousness, right? So Dharmakirti himself, when he's defining perception as a source of knowledge, he has this extra clause which was never there in the Dignaga, that it is not only has to be free from conceptual construction, but it also has to be non-erroneous. And that's a condition that he imposes on perception, but not on inferential judgments. Now, in that respect, he has like a kind of an accuracy condition. But the accuracy condition cannot be that basically there's a propositional content. You use the word, I am aware that you are looking. That's a description of a propositional attitude. Awareness that is not a statement. It has to be awareness of, an objectual attitude. And the thought is that, well, Dharmakirti would have some sort of a story, depending on the kind of representation that non-conceptual awareness events involve. If you think that there's a specific kind of representational format associated with that, that would give you the relevant accuracy condition for perceptual events. Things are much more difficult in the case of Nyaya, because they think the world is already structured, right? So in that sense, there's a debate in this period of Nyaya about what kind of content non-conceptual awareness events in fact have, which is not there in later Nyaya. Like it's clear that it's a clearly different kind of content. So it's much less clear in Bhasarvagya, in fact, what the content of non-conceptual awareness in fact is. Like so is in Jayanta, for instance. But forgetting, like setting that aside about like the other question you asked about the metaphorical element, I think that would be extremely hard to accommodate on these models of non-conceptual. Because like if you think metaphor always involves some kind of like ascription of features of one thing to another, if you think so, it would have to have a kind of property, particular structure, and that's not available in the case of non-conceptual.
Yeah. So some very small queries. First of all, when you were talking about certain occasions where the object is to be avoided, objects which are to be withdrawn, the subject wants to withdraw himself from that kind of object, and unattainable objects. So I would like to, kind of push you whether that can be taken to be a pragmatic extension of pragmatics, because you see withdrawal activities are also activities.
Yeah.
And they will come into expansion of our pragmatics. And also, and star, yeah, of course they come into our pragmatics. Attainability doesn't mean physical attainability. So they're very much in the flow of pragmatics. This is my first observation. Then about, oh yeah, I was a bit uncomfortable about, the, I mean, seeing that where one's pragmatics action stop, that you go on problematizing maybe to the second step, maybe to the third step, but nobody sees one going all along. But here we have some kind of essentialized normalcy about how different persons would cash out this pragmatic normalcy. Because there are some people who are obsessive, there are some people who do not actually fall into so-called normal paradigm, some kind of academic hysterical, kind of approach. Insanity also goes into some kind of pragmatics. Yeah. And thirdly, just a clarification, this is just a clarification point that you were talking about awareness events. Huh? So often people say that so far as involuntary events or events, they do not represent anything. Often subpersonal events, they're not awareness. Because awareness would involve representation. So it's just terminological clarification.
Yeah, great, thank you. So the first one was so the two counter examples, right, of the practically inert awareness events. One was about unattainable objects, so you don't undertake any action whatsoever, and the other is the case of objects to be ignored, upekshakiya objects. So the general thought is that Bhasarvagya considers this response, in fact, a version of the response that you gave, that in fact, there are three kinds of practical attitudes, right? Either you desire the object, or you have an aversion towards the object, or you simply are indifferent towards the object. He's thinking about the third case. So one could make the case that, in fact, there is no difference between avoiding the object because you're averse to it, and not getting the object because you're indifferent. Bhasarvagya says, in fact, that's like that. Just you could collapse the distinction between the two, second two practical attitudes. Bhasarvagya thinks that's just wrong. Like that cannot be the case because it just does not represent the kinds of desires we have and the way desires shape action. The crucial thing is that the kind of practical test that Bhagavad is working with, and the kind of practical success that he's thinking, either involves avoiding the object successfully or obtaining the object successfully, where you're doing something. It's not a case of doing nothing. So basically, even abstaining from an action is a way. It's a kind of omissions are intentional things that you do. So it's like you're refraining from like getting the thing, or refraining from performing an action, which would make you encounter the object. So the thought is a case of indifference, is a case where you do nothing. So there's a third kind of case, and that's the case which Dharmakirti is attempting to capture from. I'll address the second question about like a case who is not the person who is kind of obsessively keeps checking. So the thought is that there's an interesting connection here with, like, there's a broader literature is epistemology on the value of information. The thought is that information, even if it is cost-free, it is valuable only to the extent that it doesn't conflict with your other goals. If you keep checking indefinitely, some of your other practical aims, for example, that you have to eat, will get frustrated. So this connects with a broader project here, which is that I think often Nyaya thinkers, when they're responding to skeptical words, they think we are strategically entitled to take certain kinds of anti-skeptical assumptions for granted. And that kind of strategic entitlement is unearned. We don't have to gather evidence to be entitled. But it's also defeasible. Like if you get counter evidence, it gets. That's the structure. Yes, so the general thought would be that even so, the question is like even in Nyaya, I think non-effective awareness events can be things that don't appear in consciousness. You're not prospectively aware of them. In that sense, but that's totally fine in the sense that they can still have recognition of properties. Similarly, sanskaras, which are basically dispositional states, can have representation of content on the Nyaya view, but they're also subversive in a certain way of understanding subversive.
Yeah. Could I?
So, this is the last question.
It's just curiosity. Smart goes that we are worrying about the object itself, so to speak, kind of, sort of the justification of our logic. There were two questions involved. One is Rupa and the other is Sodha. Now, if you want to just, consider the question of only Swarupa, then probably some different kinds of questions. But in some earlier lectures, Swabhav is something at stake. But the moment we look at it this way, then not only a question there, probably Sakulia, just successful activity, it also becomes a question of ethics. Whether, if you see what I'm trying to hint at. So, what I'm sort of my curiosity is that in some earlier Buddhist lectures, say for example, another especially, the question is that of Swabhava, and it is very interestingly turned into an ethical question as well, and sort of like reasons. And we want to believe that it's though it's not clear, but believing that she is, then is that question getting out in the age of debates, the text that just a curiosity.
Here's what I think. Well, first of all, there's a question of like what the Madhyamikas are doing in the second half of the second edition. I think they're largely like there's almost like there's if there is any engagement, it's almost like a kind of formulaic way of representing them, where there's no serious engagement with any Madhyamika text or any object. They are not partners in conversation. They're common. So that's a really important thing to remember. But you're obviously right that all this stuff about Prakriti Samarthya, rule of practical success, is connected to a broader, maybe not ethical, but soteriological project. And that, like, in fact, Asarvagya is one of the people who really cares about it, like, unlike other Nayayicas of this field. And he does want to integrate all of that stuff into this sort of broader Shaiva way of thinking. But he's basically a realist. And the crucial thing to remember is that, like, the distinction between ultimate and conventional, like the two kinds of modes of existence, that is largely something all of these people would reject, like, for very good reasons, actually. Like, it's sort of basically the idea is like distinguishing between two modes of existence introduces either like a thought will be that there is no, it's either is a move where you sort of demote certain objects which you ordinarily treat as existent to sort of a status of being elusive, or there is no difference, basically. It's just talking about existence. So the general thought will be like that way of sort of very loaded way of thinking about Swabhava is largely absent because just they don't accept that distinction. I don't know whether I spoke to the question. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for an interesting talk. Two quick questions. One, does Basarvagnya consider any modal conditions for accuracy? And would that help build his case against Dharmakirti? And second, while both Dharmakirti and Basarvagnya might have similar responses to this kind of radical skeptical worry over possibility of all knowledge events, they still would differ with particular whether particular awareness events can be called as knowledge events. So would that be fair to say that, just because they have a similar response to this, all possibility of all knowledge events, their individual, Basavagya's individual response to particular knowledge events would also suffer from a similar problem, if that makes sense?
Great question. Thank you. So actually, there is a clear case where it matters, right? So one reason why Dharmakirti says that cases of recognition, pratyabhikya, are not knowledge events is because you cannot act towards the diachronic unity of things. Basically, like that plays no role in practical success. So the Dharmakirtian view, just to remind people, there are like these spatiotemporally unextended particulars, right? So strictly speaking, like if I see Devadatta 10 years ago and now see him again, this is that Devadatta, this judgment cannot strictly speaking be accurate. Now, Dharmakirti says this ekatva, this unity that I'm ascribing to the past time slice of Devadatta and the present time slice of Devadatta, it's not something that in fact can even be treated as real because it plays no causal role in action. So there's no characteristic action which would sort of confirm that it's out there, essentially. That way of, but if you have a picture of accuracy or like knowledge events where practical tests are not the only ways of treating things as knowledge events, you can't have that response. Like that's a response that is no longer available. Because Dharmakirti, like Basarvagya would say that, look, there are other reasons to think that, in fact, independent reasons to think that, in fact, these are knowledge events. So does that answer the question? So my general thought is that there is a significant difference there because one subscribes to a pragmatist account, the other one does not. They will disagree on specific cases where we ascribe knowledge events to each other. What was the other question you did have? Yes. So I don't think Basarvagya has a modal condition. This is primarily because typically modal conditions like Dharmakirti's are brought in to rule out cases of accidental success, right? But Basarvagya thinks his accuracy condition is strong enough to rule out all cases of accurate accidental success. So if you think about a case where you have, like you see mist coming out of a hill, and you take it to be smoke, and then you infer fire, that's a case where you get something right, but intuitively, but accidentally. Basarvagya would say that that's not a case of accurate events, because the fire you infer is a fire pervaded by what you saw. That fire that pervades what you saw. But such a fire does not exist. Okay.
There were some, it is possible that others also have some questions, but I'm sorry. I also have some questions, but I will postpone them to the lunchtime. With this, I invite the second speaker, Professor Rakesh Chandra.
Thank you, Professor Gokhale. In this paper, which is of the nature of search, I shall attempt to search for some kind of understanding of meaning skepticism and the nature of philosophical activity itself, with some reference to what I thought was Madhyamik thought. And I ask, what is it that I think when I think of skepticism? And when I ask this question, many answers have been suggested themselves to me over the years. And I would explore the implications of some answers, freely picking up concepts across centuries and continents. Because skeptic to my mind has always been the faceless whipping boy of a dominant large group of philosophers. What is it that the skeptic wants to call our attention to? Derision and mockery have generally been his lot. In India, we often hear of the label Agyanika, which is also a technical term to refer to their stand by some scholars. In the so-called history of Western philosophy also, there have been stories of Pyrrho being constantly run over on the verge of being killed by moving carts. And these stories never cease to amuse generations of philosophy students. Nature and custom defeated the skeptic, declared David Hume, and many British and Indian avatars echoed the skeptic cannot live his skepticism. I will, however, attempt to examine with intellectual sympathy some proposals of Pyrrhonism, Nagarjuna, and present-day anti-foundationalists, all of whom I believe that what they were trying to say, that as they directed themselves as much as against the desirability of knowledge as against its possibility. My scholarship of Western tradition is very limited, and my reading of Buddhism and the Indian tradition is even more so. However, I shall attempt to travel the difficult waters across centuries and cultures in a paper boat, which I fold myself, and in which I invite you to join. Much like the eternalist Vedantin, Plato had inspired a belief that our autonomy and happiness is to be found in philosophical escape from finitude of our beliefs, fallibility of our practices, and contingency of our conditions. Philosophy is a liberator. Virtuous life and the life of reason are related, and thus philosophy finds its place in culture and relates itself to the practical affairs. Knowing was considered a unique human act, and it was believed that excellence of a certain thing consists in realization of its essential nature. Now, if human beings were essentially knowers, their virtue would consist in the pursuit of knowledge, the guidance of reason, the submission of passion to the rational soul. Pyrrhonism, on the other hand, opposes dogmatism of philosophical theory and attempts to restore and return the tradition and the values of ordinary life. As a moral stance, the goal is to live a life of tranquility in accordance with the instincts, customs, and traditions. Pyrrho preached a life with no dogmatic belief or assertion, and he is said to have obtained through this lack of commitment and to the non-evident equanimity or ataraxia or imperturbability or freedom from disquiet. This can perhaps be compared to some discussions of the Arhat ideal, who only has the feeling of equanimity, which is the fourth Brahmavihar apart from the Matri, Karuna, and Mudita. It is interesting to note that while Hume thought custom to be a response to skepticism, both Pyrrhonian and Madhyamik stances themselves enjoin a customary life. In fact, as a moral stance, Pyrrhonism is conservative, but it eliminates the possibility of standing outside the appearance of ordinary life and of rationally evaluating the alternative beliefs, practices, and institutions in terms of truth with a capital T. And it makes room for accommodation of ourselves in the customary and the traditional. It did not seek to call into question the appearances and customs of daily life, but instead opposed the philosophic attempt to get behind those appearances and ground them in something foundational or ahistorical. It is very often argued, as I said, nature defeated Pyrrho. No one can live his skepticism. Life without belief is impossible. These judgments, however, need scrutiny because Pyrrho and his followers did claim to transform doubt regarding possibility of knowledge into a way of life. Skepticism was practiced as an activity for perpetuating mental health, and Pyrrhonians opposed Platonic philosophy to restore the reliability of appearances and values of common life as guides to action. Plato promised happiness through release from appearances to reality, and Pyrrhonism laid stress on the fact that unhappiness resulted not from our ignorance, but the promise to escape. The search for perennial universal foundations is misguided. The skeptic opposed the dogmatist, understood not as a person who sticks to his beliefs with unusual stubbornness, but as someone who holds his beliefs or constructs theories about evidence transcendent reality. A dogma is to be understood as an assent to one of the non-evident objects of scientific inquiry. As a dogmatist, thus, is one who holds belief on assent to the truth of what is non-evident. Pyrrho, in his own life, exemplified his skepticism as a person who would not commit himself to any judgment that went beyond what seems to be the case. Skepticism was the cure to the disease called rashness or dogmatism. It was an ability or mental ability which were exercised in cases where opposing evidence on both pros and cons about the non-evident were presented. And there you could suspend judgment on that question. This state of mind led to the state of ataraxia or quietude, unperturbedness, in which skeptic was concerned no longer beyond appearances. Scholars of skepticism like David Sedley, Anthony Popkins, and Richard Burnett insist that skepticism was a living tradition of the past, and the movement of Pyrrho flourished up to 200 AD in the medical community around Alexandria. Sedley maintains that the skeptic was just not acquiescing in the skeptical attitude. The abandonment of the desire for knowledge was not a bleak expedient, but a highly desirable intellectual achievement. According to Sextus Empiricus, skeptical activity had three phases. One, continual employment of the tropes of Anaxidemus or the counter-arguments to oppose the dogmatist's claim to know. Two, epoche, or the mental attitude of suspense of assent. And three, ataraxia, or unperturbed and tranquil mind, achieved through the perpetuation of suspension of belief. The skeptic believed that the ultimate object of appetency is quietude in respect to the matters of opinion and moderate feeling in respect to things unavoidable. In action, the skeptic follows a line of reasoning which, in accordance with appearance, points us to a life of conformity to the customs of our country and its laws, and to our instinctive feeling. What the skeptic opposes is knowledge beyond appearances of common life. He opposes philosophical knowledge. This appears fairly much like a life in accordance with the Madhyamik Pratipada, and many present-day anti-foundationalists and neo-pragmatists too seem to argue similarly. Post-1970, many writings of Richard Rorty raise issues about the very nature of philosophical enterprise, which are relevant. In his much read, much critiqued, and famous work, Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, he contrasts, as has been mentioned several times in this conference too, philosophy as a search for perennial foundations with philosophy as merely local edificationary conversation of the West. The latter picture holds that the questions about the true, the real, the rational arise only within a social schemes and cannot be judged on any perennial autonomous basis. The goal of inquiry, however, is to keep the conversation of mankind going, and wisdom is seen as an ability to sustain the conversation. No truth about reality or ourselves is to be achieved, nor is philosopher a person who has solutions to fundamental problems. Philosopher is one who is interested in knowing, in the largest sense, how things hang together, the Wilfrid Sellers definition, so often remembered and quoted. Rorty wishes to debunk the philosophical self-image as a foundational discipline with an ahistorical neutral matrix to judge all other parts of culture. In his paper, stunningly titled The World Well Lost, Rorty argues against the firmness of the idea of the world independent of our thought and correspondence theory of truth. He also gives an argument to trivialize the realist-idealist debate which he believes in the garb of philosophy of language, is a repetition of the controversy within the epistemology of foundation. He argues against the realism for its excess baggage and maintains that sciences are not realist in the philosophical sense, but his arguments do not support idealism either, which to him assumes a scheme content dichotomy, which has been shown to be invalid as the third dogma of empiricism, famously by Donald Davidson. Rorty does not deny that there are scientific issues like what are the best notions of what there is in the world, which makes us better able to cope in whatever our society assumes we need to cope with. The title of the seminar. But honorifics such as objective and cognitive is never anything more than the expression of the presence of the hope of agreement amongst the inquirers. As against Putnam, Rorty suggests that the apparent success of science is in converging on a real is nothing more than an artifact of historiography. This is terrible. Trivializing the debate growing out of the referential theories of language and realism, idealism debate in the philosophy of science, he says that if we come to see both correspondence and coherence as non-competing trivialities, then we may move beyond realism and idealism and to a point at which, in Wittgenstein's words, we are capable of stopping doing philosophy when we want to. Rorty here is dislodging philosophy from its mighty pedestal. We can quit doing philosophy whenever we want to. Rorty's edificationary philosopher is not a different kind of philosopher, but he's a thinker as a reactionary to traditional philosophy. The quest for grounding inquiry is a historical foundation, in a historical foundationless way. An escape from finitude and contingency is the Platonic desire from which Rorty wants to wean out and get us back to the notion of inquiry, truth, and social criticism as normal results of normal discourse, and we are subjected to the fallibility and contingency of our circumstances and conditions. He objects to epistemology-centered philosophy and commits to social criticism, community, and progress without the belief in centrality of reason and the tribunal of philosophy of foundations. In Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, he spoke as if truth meant only intersubjective acceptability in a culture. But in Consequences of Pragmatism, he concedes to a formal notion of truth as is given by Davidson in the disquotational view, which is the Tarski Convention T. However, as a normative notion, we are interested in whether a sentence or a whole discourse paves its way by standards of our fellow postmodern bourgeois liberals, with whom we want to have solidarity. Rorty seems to say that we seek agreement with our fellows, but there is no point arguing that this agreement is sought because it is an index to some objective truth. Common life and common sense remain as we give up pretensions to facts and truths beyond appearance of common life. We have no beliefs about what there really is, but this does not lead to inactivity, but reinforces the practices based on solidarity and friendship, leaving ample scope for discussion and progress. There is no possibility of debilitating relativism. Rorty is no relativist about what he calls real theories, which are normal outcomes of normal discourse. But he certainly may be said to be a relativist with respect to philosophical theories. There is no way to justify knowledge claim to truth than by appealing to those social practices which have been hammered out in course of history and are the forms of inquiry within which we distinguish between what is true and false, objective and idiosyncratic. Rorty is no skeptic if skepticism is identified with a very strange doctrine that we cannot go beyond the veil of ideas and never be justified in our beliefs. Rorty urges us to give up the very language which allows for raising such questions. And if he is right, there is no need for fearing that absence of foundations of knowledge will lead to intellectual and moral chaos. To me, he appears to be a Pyrrhonian, as he holds that we, in fact, hold grounds for being suspicious of all attempts to escape history by discovering the foundations of knowledge to arrive at a neutral, permanent matrix for evaluating all claims of knowledge. There are no ultimate supports, whether in knowledge or in morals. What we have are social practices. Rorty undermines the philosophical urge to escape. but does not eliminate the possibilities of rational criticism of moral and social values. The difficulty is that where do you get the criteria from, to which the answers are difficult to find. Early skeptics did advocate a life without beliefs, suggested a fourfold scheme of life, allowing him to be active under the guidance of bodily desire, like hunger, tradition of laws and customs, and instructions in the arts and profession. He presented a life without belief, not as a mental block. He is affected by impressions, but he does not believe that they represent some trans-temporal, non-evident truths. I believe that it is not an unjustified leap if we try to relate Rorty's emphasis on social practice as against ahistorical foundations for all inquiry with the meaning skepticism in the debate which began after the publication of Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations about language and its nature. The controversy was whether there can be an understanding of rule following and language without reference to community, and how does this relate to the special question of meaning. Wittgenstein says that to mean something is not to be in an inner state, which is neither necessary or sufficient for understanding. Wittgenstein emphasized habitual character of rule following and then tells us that to understand a sign is actually to have a mastery over a technique or custom by using it. Language, propositions, order, rules, calculations, experiment, following a rule, all these terms relate to the technique and custom. Meaning is determined not by reference to an overt or covert behavior, mental or physical event. What makes present use of a sign correct is agreement with the other speakers or users of language. This reading of Wittgenstein, following Saul Kripke, undercuts the very possibility of meaning skepticism. Social practice or community brings the normativity to use the language. This argument is generally given to demonstrate the impossibility of private language. But it must be noticed that this argument also rejects the attempt to find foundations of our linguistic behavior in reality as an internal happening in the recesses of the mind, in nature, or in some non-evident fact. Davidson, too, at one stage gave a slogan, correspondence without confrontation. And he tells us that this theory of truth provides no entities with which to compare sentences. This is consistent with his rejection of dualism of the scheme and content, as mentioned earlier, such that the divide between mind and language is not maintained in a way such that fitting and organizing can be talked about. He thinks that a theory of truth in terms of a relationship between bits of language and bits of non-language is misguided. Rorty tries to show how Davidson can be taken as a fellow pragmatist. Davidson, however, does not respond very kindly to Rorty's treating him as a fellow pragmatist. It would be interesting to look at little closely at the anti-foundationalism, which characteristics the new realism of Davidson, the neo-pragmatism of Richard Rorty, the skepticism of Perot, and the writings of later Wittgenstein. Why skepticism? When you ask this question to the ancient, the first thing that comes to your mind are the 10 tropes, arguing from variety of animals, varieties of human beings, mutual difference of senses, differences in circumstances, distance, location, and direction, admixture of quantity or constitution of underlying object, relativity of perspective, constancy and rarity, dogmatism and custom. It is not possible to hold some one belief as true. Sextus Empiricus gives us a sequence. First, conflict, undecidability. Two, equal strength, epoche, and the final, ataraxia. Now, this seems to be a set of reasoning leading to belief. But we have always had this question, can the skeptic hold a belief? To this trouble of philosophers, we can attempt an answer. If truth refers to correspondence relationship between something like bits of language and something else that is non-evident, the skeptic holds no true belief. The Pyrrhonian skeptic actually raises question about the very notion of truth, certainty, and knowledge in this way. But belief, in the sense of an action-guiding disposition, cannot be denied to the skeptic. A Davidsonian account of truth, a realist picture of Putnam in the internal realist period, not the last, as was mentioned. Rorty's pragmatism does not seem inconsistent with skepticism. Rorty's own pragmatism and Pyrrhonian skepticism and Nagarjuna's doctrine can all be seen as anti-foundationalism that challenge dogmatic absolutism, giving up of intentional entities, and resorting to somewhat what we may call the field linguist's way of determining meaning in an open possibility. Sometimes it seems that diversity and fallibility of senses is a weak argument for skepticism. Nor is opposition and disagreement a good enough argument for yielding a skeptical attitude. The question really is of criteria and its foundations with reference to knowledge. Nagarjuna's diatribe against the excesses of dogmatism in the Mool Madhyamik Karika are very well known. Coupled with the Buddhist moral uh, commendation of the Madhyam Marg, I believe we can bring him directly within the Pyrrhonian moral epistemological framework. His doctrine of Nisvabhavata or essencelessness, which allow us to call him an anti-realist, anti-foundationalist, or a skeptic in the sense of Pyrrho. Many commentators of Buddhism, including Mark Sidritz, protest that Nagarjuna is an anti-realist but not a skeptic. Nagarjuna's anti-realism cannot be Pyrrhonian skepticism uh, as discussed earlier. It is true that certain epistemologists and expositors of philosophical tradition believe that both the skeptic and the realist share the common belief in evidence transcendence truth. The realists hold that such a truth exists and our knowledge must correspond to it. The skeptic, it is said, contends that the real transcends the world, may radically differ from the way it appears to us, and we have no way of recognizing whether it is so, since truth is evidence transcendental. The anti-realist denies evidence transcendent truth as a real world that lies behind the world of appearance. For him, our recognizable world is the only world, and the objects of our knowledge are brought closer to the knower as there is no evidence transcendent truth. This is said to undercut skepticism. Now, the skeptic that I have understood and pictured, who denies the plausibility of believing in evidence transcendent truth, who demonstrates the failure of the notion of correspondence theory of truth in its full-blooded, non-Davidsonian form, can well be an anti-realist. We need to, however, guard against slipping from anti-realism to idealism. Both Pyrrho and Rorty can be so understood. As for Nagarjuna's Mool Madhyamik Karika, too, we have a strong anti-realist, non-idealist reason. Nagarjuna demonstrates emptiness of the dogmatic pretensions. Things have no real essences, and if we resist from the foolish temptation of treating emptiness itself or nothing itself as a substantive entity or substantive essence of things, we can retrieve from the Karika a fair anti-realist, anti-foundationalist stance like the one in Pyrrho and Rorty. It may be wondered what is gained by building a connected understanding of people like Richard Rorty, Pyrrho, Nagarjuna, Davidson, and Kripke. To me, it appears that as I attempt this, that I glimpse a certain connections. I give a recognizable face to the skeptic as an inquirer, as a searcher like myself, engaged not in the enterprise of looking at what lies behind the practices of mankind, but as one who seeks an understanding of the practices and feels free to construct where there is a deficiency through collaborative thinking and free equal dialogue in the absence of external authority. Not even the tyranny of scientific facts. There is, however, need for some reflection and reconceptions. Nelson Goodman and Elgin speak of supplanting the epistemological notions with richer cognitive notions. They suggest supplanting of truth, with truth, certainty, and knowledge with rightness, adoption, and understanding. This is a serious proposal which seems promising and liberatory. When we read Kripke's account of social practice, it appears to be unassailable as given often, and also Rorty too gives a similar impressions. Pyrrhonian life according to custom and Buddhist Madhyamag also often seem to condone acquiescence. But to me, it seems that absence of ahistorical foundations gives society and custom a privilege. But it is by no means a non-dynamic picture, especially if we consider the Pratitya Samatpad well. A variety of symbol systems can be created subject to different standards, and there is no final neutral matrix for evaluation. This does not mean that anything goes. consideration of antecedent practices, systematization and adequacy for the purposes hand, admit of different specifications realized in different ways. However, simple systems are subjected to the constraint, and constructing them is hard work. The message of the skeptic and the ideals of life lived a doxatos is, to my mind, a valuable message and consonant with the ideals of liberal education. We want to create free beings, free from the chains of violence and necessity. Doubt ought to be cast on any dogmatic claim, and the skeptic opposes any attempt to close off the conversation. It is a hope that within a framework of toleration and normal inquiry, the conversation will itself be an increasing hope, and this hope, rather than being understood in terms of craving or trishna, could well be the Madhyam collective nirvana, which is perhaps the goal of understanding the Tetya. Thank you.
Buddhism like you are. And I think there are lots of parallels. I mean, the juxtaposition of arguments from both sides, that's there. The idea of suspension of judgment. So Nagarjuna says Sarva Drishti Prahanaya, so it's similar. Then the idea of tranquility. So Nagarjuna says Prapanchopashama, and he says Shanta. So this is also similar. Then the resorting back to custom in the Greek sense, which in the Indian sense would be Vyavahara. So coming back to that, that's similar. So I noticed a lot of parallels. So I had two questions. Firstly, is there any historical links? Because I'm always confused by the fact that Sextus Empiricus and Nagarjuna both lived in the 2nd century and they were so similar, but scholars so far have not been able to trace any historical connections. But the second thing is that there is this other side of Nagarjuna, which is slightly different. So he also believes that there is some sort of nirvikalpam ananartham etat tattvasya lakshanam. So there's this non-conceptual, inexpressible, that's another way of reading Nagarjuna. And that fits very well if one thinks of the Mahayana Buddhist project of this sort of getting rid of all conceptualization and attaining some sort of non-conceptual reality. But as far as I remember from my undergraduate days of reading Pyrrhonian skepticism, there isn't something like that in Pyrrhonian skepticism. So I was thinking if you could comment on that difference as well.
Thank you very much for both the comments. On the former, I think I don't think so, that I have any historical knowledge of there. And it wouldn't even be of great interest to me, because although it sometimes seems very interesting that almost at the same period, when the Naics were giving their kind of realist interpretation and their particular way of looking at language and its parishkar, Aristotle was doing it at the same time, without having perhaps met each other and then having to. So that's one. So, but it might be a matter of historical curiosity to find out, because the regions are also not so far off. What was happening in that little place called Bactria is not so far off from where the Indian scholars were also working. To the second position also, I think I have the same kind of an answer, that I do find that, and I think we are sitting in front of a scholar like Professor Gokhale, therefore I confine myself to a very small special reading of the Mool Madhyamik Karika only. Because with the Vigrahavartini and the other works, there are many passages which lead Nagarjuna's interpretation as an idealist, and which take them towards that, not without justification. So therefore, if you were to read my paper, I constantly put Nagarjuna in quote, and also only that. So it's only some reading of some, because, and that's true even for Richard Rorty, because Richard Rorty also has a long period of writing, 50 years of writing. So early Rorty is not so much anti-foundationalist as he turns out towards the end, sometimes to an extreme position. But you're right about both of us.
Thank you.
Yes.
First of all, congratulations on this very insightful paper.
Thank you.
But what I find objectionable in this post-foundationalist valorization of community. So when you talk of community as a source of community consensus as a source of truth, so are you talking of actually existing community or kind of ideal communities, like ideal observer and ethical theory? Because we find that the actually existing communities have been very oppressive. So this I find very objectionable in Rorty and other anti-foundationalist thinkers.
I completely go with you. The valorization of the community, and that is why, if you were to see, I plead specially for the scope of the dialogue within the community and the possibility of and that's the kind of thing that I have even in all the neo-pragmatists in social political theory, including John Rawls. So when we talk about consensus and acceptability, the point is they have to, one way or the other, bring back through the back door the ideas of modernity, of rational consensus. And so some kind of a minimal ground of common humanity, the ideas of the minimal law of non-contradiction not being violated, so to say, the ideas of rationality as they are exhibited in practical reason, that the means ends have to be consonant with each other, will have to be brought in. And and that is why in the last passage, if you heard me carefully, I did say that, you can't go with an idea, anything goes. And you also can't go on with the idea that whatever the larger community seems to accept at a particular time, it would be all right. Because this seemed to be fairly fascinating at a particular time. So when the utilitarians were giving their theory, the Benthamites, but because they were resisting to a certain kind of power structures where a certain set of people determined everything, which was the minority. But minority being replaced by a majority is actually as obnoxious and terrible. We are seeing that all over the world, including in our own country.
Thank you very much, Rakesh.
My question relates to the understanding of natural science and progress in Rorty's, because once we think that truth is socially constructed, then science loses its universality, whatever it is. And then we land into what we call Indian science, Western science, Hindu science, Christian science. So this sort of implication of Rorty's understanding about the knowledge, and especially scientific knowledge, and again the progress of scientific knowledge to in changing the world. That is the question. Thank you.
It's a troubled notion. And the troubled notion, it's as I mentioned, I think it's the case with Putnam. It's the case, same case with the Quine. Because if you would remember, Quine's most famous, or not most famous, but fairly popular rejection of analytic synthetic distinction, he said that, the idea of goblins and fairies and the ideas of atoms and protons are on all fours. And you can have a good enough explanation in terms of one and a good enough explanation in terms of the other. So in terms of effective workability is the only thing. It's not in terms of truth. And Putnam also said that, the convergence of science in getting us a true representation of reality is actually also a fact of social historiography. I find it, I'm as much troubled by that as you are. But what I'm trying to say that especially in case of all these pragmatists from Peirce till date, they take this stance. And in that they are saying that the idea of natural science being more accurate to reality is actually not a good idea. And in the thought experiments, especially when Putnam is giving those thought experiments, and which are also being used by Richard Rorty, in terms of that, you say that stimulation of C fibers and talking mentalese as we generally do, that I am thinking, I am feeling. This language is our natural language, but if there was a person from another planet who was to use specific numbers for stimulation of C fibers, it would be natural for them, and though both will have to be judged in terms of their workability and no more. So that workability is all that there is, no conformity with an evidence transcendent reality, as it were. I am constantly worried about that as well, because the reason, science, and progress, the ideas of modernity still seem to be all right. But they have also not completely given it up, because they are saying that since their touchstone is workability, we would always have to find it out that it will work because it is true. Interestingly and funnily, Roti's answer to this question is that when you say it works because it is true, and when I say it's true because it works, it hardly makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Uh,